Alright, let's kick this off. There should be a game here. There we go. So, last time out, we were kicked out of the Presidiala, however it's called, Piala Presiden quarterfinal. So, yeah, that's not good. In particular against Persia, which is even worse, because this is a local rival. So if we look at board confidence right now, they are more or less fine with us, I think. But, well, overall, everybody's happy. Match performance, though, that's suffering a little bit. And apparently we were expected to have more possession of the ball. Okay, I guess that's reasonable as an assumption. They are disappointed to see us lose. The supporters, they don't like it at all. Just due to the fact that we were playing the local rivals and we lost against them. So I tend to agree. I really hate it at this point. We gotta get the upper hand of Persia at some point. That said, Michael Steinke made his debut, so I guess that's a plus. And I had a look into also the confidence with the transfer activity. Looking at this, there's not that many bad transfers right now. They are not happy with the transfer of Ahmad Akbar, but he's been loaned out again. So we signed him for being a perfectionist and that's it. They do not seem to be happy with the transfer of Setyavan. I'm not so sure if they should be that unhappy with him. He made one appearance for now. Sure, I'd prefer a better personality and maybe better attributes here and there. But overall, I think he's decent as an addition. And speaking of performances, the 6.5 rating will not do. He did create a chance. Yeah, so to answer that question, where was I? I think we will be under any circumstance, we gotta discipline him here. He gets an official warning straight out of the door, and he didn't create enough chances for my taste. So hopefully he can accept that. Yeah, the other transfers, so this, it says here, going back to him for a second, it says here they do not like the 1.2k in extra fees. That could be considered very costly. Given the value of the player, I can certainly see why that is, but in the end, it's small money. And, well, they don't care much. Then we have, we still have to deal with Arianto going on. And to answer your question, Hayden, it's all fine. I just don't want to type all the time, so... well... The thing here is also with the transfer fee. Arianto's transfer has been pretty expensive, that's true. That said, we'll have a hard time coming up with a player that is this quality and this potential. Well, we don't know about the potential, but he has been decent potential so far. So, hope is he does develop in the future again. Now, overall, though, this is a player that developed so far. So even if he doesn't anymore at some point, he's probably a decent transfer. Then Hamas is not liked as a transfer by the fans. But again, this is one of those cases that gets loaned out and then we'll see. Well, he's with our feeder club. So let's stay with that for now. Go away, Fawzi. I misclicked. So, the question is, what do we do now, given that we were thrown out of the cup? So there was a lot of match experience here. I think we should distribute that at some point. So we need them to do overall training. I'm not sure about the tactical training. We could, but we can also just go with whatever is a priority for the club. And given that we conceded too many goals last season, I think we know what priority should be. That said, let's have a look at, again, a division. So, where is it? Here we go. So we are expected to play defensively solid football, possession football, make the most out of set pieces, and play a high-tempo pressing football. So this is defense, set pieces, and possession. It's weird. This says defense, attack, possession, and, well, so basically everything. I guess we'll go with what the board wants and ignore the supporters for now, if that makes sense to you. So we go for defending, set pieces, and a bit of possession. Okay? If we do that, well, I'll probably keep the overall training, but the tactical one here needs to go. It's not really bad, but let's have a look at this. This is overall no match, so we'll try to include some defending training in here, at least on some occasions. Say here, here, and here. And also, we'll try to include set pieces, because apparently this is what they want us to do. So let's include that. Maybe set piece taken here. I'm also kind of interested. No. Alright, so defending set pieces does not really increase the attributes for taking. Well, it does, as a secondary effect. It does increase the attributes for taking set pieces. So given that our set piece takers are really bad, I think I'm gonna go with overall training here in the evening and include a set piece session here too in the morning. Just as a standard. Because if they want us to be good at set pieces, well, we gotta practice at some point, right? And this tactical training here probably, I don't know, it doesn't matter. We could do overall in the evening and set piece delivery here. No, penalties here. Let's go with penalties. So now the amount of overall sessions is vastly reduced. We have a focus on defending. So this is what the board wants, this is what the supporters want, and to be fair, scoring after set pieces is always decent. So I will save this as set pieces defending no match. And this will be our schedule for the next 4 weeks at least. And here we go. I'll kick the penalties here though. And now my focus will be, well, either... What? That's the wrong one. Here we go. My focus should be either on getting that training schedule through or preparing for the real matches. And I guess we should prepare for the real matches. So, well, the real matches, the league matches. The thing is, we want some sharpness on the players though. So, I'm not so sure. Maybe do a friendly here on the odd Sunday, somewhere in between, to increase sharpness a little bit. I do want to give him a week of training now though. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we'll skip this one. Include a match practice, for example. Yeah, maybe an additional match practice here. So they can retain some of the sharpness, and then maybe do a friendly on Sunday here. Depends. So this would be Sunday the 20th of July. Let's see. 20th of July here. That's not really bad. We could not play Bontang, so I guess we play somebody else. there's only foreign teams that are of larger reputation, so I guess we'll stick to what we know. And looking at this, there's teams like PSIS or also similar reputation teams. PSIS. Which we can play at home. Let's just play PSIS, won't we? That's not too bad. We'll play PSIS in one friendly. And if sharpness is not good enough, after that friendly, where's the training schedule again? Here. So there will be a friendly here. If sharpness is not good enough at the end of this time frame, we'll just toss in another friendly somewhere. And do that too. And this schedule I will adapt at some point, but not right now. Right. So much for that. He accepts his warning. Yeah, we should talk about the other players, I think. Okay, so Simon Owen played last time out, and he's on a 6.8 rating. Passing is totally fine. He made 4 saves and conceded 1 goal. I'm not really concerned with him. I have a hard time coming up with criticism here, other than him conceding maybe. I guess he overperformed in a way, given that it was 1.39 expected goals against him. So don't want to blame him too much for that. Saputro's performance, I think, for a first time, as a starter, for the first time, this is totally fine. 7.1 is great. So I'll praise him for the tackling, maybe. Well, he's in perfect morale anyway. No complaints. Halim's performance wasn't great, I think. 6.8. Won most of the headers, so I guess we go with that. We could go with that. We don't though. It's not an option for some reason. Harianto, well, Mr. Harianto, how did you do last time out? 6.6 rating. 6 out of 7 headers. It's not really bad. But not great either. I think we'll criticize the lack of defensive performance overall here. He accepts. Alright. And Steinke's match? 6.3. That'll give him an official warning immediately. There's just a lack of defensive performance. But also, I think, no creativity whatsoever. So we'll go with that. And, well, off to a bad start. Hopefully he can improve with time. But for now, it doesn't look good. It's one match though, so who cares? So Kipto, on the other hand, that's a really bad start for the captain into the season. I don't like this at all. He went in for 4 headers, lost all of them. His passing was fine. Tackling was bad. Basically no defensive performance to speak of. Where is it? We'll go with this though. Oh, Hayden. Alright. How's Tabuni's form? Oh, 6.5. That's not good for a playmaker. No chances created. That's really what we're going for with him, so I'm disappointed with that. Setyavan, we dealt with him quite recently. How's Imbiri? Well, Mr. Imbiri. .2 it says. That's not good. Didn't create any chances. Had no shots on goal. I don't know. Not good. And it is his job. He should be the primary threat. So that didn't work. I'm always happy with the performances of Ferdiancia. In this case, it's okay. Well, there's the odd occasion where I'm not happy with his performances, but most of the time it's okay. So I guess we'll go with praising the tackling here. It's not perfect, but whatever. It's something. And Jorge Cesar. Apparently improved in technique for some reason. 6.5 rating. He barely had any chances though. And I guess this is what we're going for. Alright, let's go. Sure, that schedule got changed. We'll do a match preview here. This is fine. I like the adaptation of the schedule overall. That's okay. We'll do this. That's fine. A few warnings have been accepted without a comment, so I don't know if that matters much. And now hopes are, going through these few weeks, that there's some development in the players. So let's find out if we get some. Feel free to tell me about your weekend, by the way. Not like I don't enjoy the conversation about this. I just don't want to type about it. No, because it disrupts the streaming. So nothing in particular against Hayden either. I just, no. You can't type and talk all the time at the same time and with different trains of thought. At least I can't. This is why I'm going for streaming. Give a preference to whatever sound is right now. Personally speaking, I did some Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday. That was nice. I did have a nice dinner. Just, you know, I guess the occasion was nice. It's not so much about the food itself. Yeah, that's about it for my weekend. I went for groceries. I know, big surprise. Guys gotta eat. So, I hope that answers the question about the weekend. And now we'll sit through this. Well, this might take a while, right? Well. All right. So, we got a message that comes up with the review. I guess this is some sort of retrospective, whatever. Yeah, as you can see, once we went into overload, we created a lot of chances, but it was too late. Passing, especially down the left, was fine. I'm not so happy with the performance of Steinke yet, but otherwise this is good. And they had a lot of passes, but we restricted the passing in the middle of the pitch quite nicely. That said, they had more passing than I wanted them to have. And our shooting has been average. Well, that's sad. There's an offer by Borneo for Permana. Not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. I just don't want to afford him. And Saputra doesn't want to come over to our place. That's another player. Okay. I'm always confused with this. So this guy's named Saputra, not to be confused with our Setyavan. And if we compare Setyavan and Saputra, I think Setyavan is a little bit slower. Yeah. Saputra is a little bit faster, Setyavan is a little bit better. So this is why we went with Setyavan anyway. And Saputra, well, I like that pace. No complaints about that. I would like to have him too, but we can't have two players of the same kind. Or we shouldn't. So this means we will play him in a friendly, by the way. Abidin will go out on loan. That's great. And now Bontang can play him too. And I was it through this. Oh. Weird. Summer's over and now I'm allergic to something. I'm probably allergic to the end of the summer. You know, winter's coming and I don't like it. So hopes are we can include that kind of set pieces training throughout the entire season. That would hopefully help. Oh yeah, we have the youth candidates coming in. I forgot about that. Let's go through these though. Alright. He is a central defender that is under contract right now. With Maduro. I don't think we need to sign him. I would be interested though. That said, as I said, he's under contract. I'm really interested in those players that are not under contract and might come in for cheaper. This is not bad. This is not bad at all. Well, especially considering Imbiri is our only option here, this is an option for the future. The problem is future is not now, if we look at the price tag. And he will probably get more expensive, so we might need to find another option here. Zakaria? That's not bad. Yeah. As an inverted winger, this is great. No doubt about that. The same problem here. He's friggin' expensive. So we'll add him to the short list and then that's that. At least for a year. Don't know. Probably on a persistent basis. He's on the short list already. For good reasons. We just don't need an additional ball-winning midfielder right now. If infantry leaves, well, then all of a sudden I would be very interested in doing that signing, but that will not happen. And then Fadri by Borneo. My biggest problem with him is he's 28 years old, otherwise he's good. So I'm not interested in this guy just for the long-term perspective. Also, he's susceptible to injuries. But otherwise, this is a great sample. No problems with any of those. Youth candidates have been evaluated. Oh no, we gotta offer contracts to them now. So, if I recall correctly, we had a problem offering normal youth contracts to the players if we didn't do it by the director of football, so I guess the director of football will do it. And he'll probably sign a few more than we want or need, but we'll do that anyway. What's 30 euros a week anyway, right? So we can afford that. Alright, the following youth candidates signed contracts. That's great. So let's go through them, won't we? So this is a goalkeeper with low self-belief. Off to a great start. He does not have traits though. So we'll treat that with a mentoring group if we can. Otherwise, does he have specific weaknesses? Well, yes, but let's just wait it out. This guy, he's unambitious. Oh yeah, I remember. So half of the sample was unambitious. There's just no way around that. Same here, we'll just wait it out. And, well, we won't. We'll give him long throw training on top. I don't think that hurts. In his case, though, let's not do anything. For Nomo, he's a winger. That's fine overall. We'll go with winger here. And I guess we go support duty, even though, well, we could go attack. But I think he's more likely to be decent as a supporter. I do not... well... I was inverted winger. Could be a case too, right? So what we can do is we put him on training for the right side as an inverted winger. And hopes are he comes into our team at some point once he's capable of playing both sides. This is what we're looking for in a winger in the end. So I guess we go with that. Decisions and composure could do with some improvement, but in particular the decision making. I'm not so sure though. Heading's good. Jumping reach is 7. His heading is good by accident. Doesn't matter much. Sure. We could try to include that somewhat, say as a pusher or something. But no, I don't think so. Aditya, or however it's pronounced. My biggest gripe with this is immediately he's weak as a striker, so we need to find another option for him, and well, with that finishing, that always ends up as a shadow striker with us. So we'll go with that. Not the first occasion that this happens, right? He does have notable weaknesses in some of the areas though, for that. In particular, passing work rate, stamina. I guess stamina and work rate is most detrimental. So he'll go for a run more often than not. Then there's Chatmiko. Ilam Chatmiko. Seems like a playmaker-ish type. I think we'll put him in defensive midfield on deploying playmaker. He should be able to adapt to that pretty quickly. And looking at, in particular, looking at the amount of positions here, his flexibility is probably at least mediocre. So I'm okay with that. There's some use in putting him on specific training, in particular, for example, off the ball movement. This is what's missing in his case. So I guess we do that. And focus on that. Because the rest of the attributes is more or less okay. He could play the first team with that vision technique in the first touch. So doesn't serve much purpose to increase that any further. The mentals are what's really missing. That's what we need. Hidayat, central defender. We'll deal with him as we deal with a central defender. There's just no way around that. He's got to learn to play there. And that includes jumping reach, apparently. So in his case, given he's a meter 72, hopefully he grows a little bit. Who knows? The worst attribute so far, though, is decision making, and given that this is vital, we'll go funnel third training here. There you go. Then there's Suhendra. That seems reasonable. The physicals are a bit bad. I prefer him to be shadow striker again in this position. He's small though, so yeah, this isn't bad though. If we compare this to Mbiri, he's way below, but he is okay. He could play from time to time in the senior squad. So that's good. What isn't this personality? Personality is balanced only. And we have a hard time coming up with good personalities right now. There's also 2 points of long shot, sadly. But his free kick taking is 6 points. Well, we'll probably focus on the quickness there. That's what's needed. Saputro, fairly pro, so this is a good personality. And, well, as a wingback on defend, there's the occasional point missing here and there. He has teamwork and work rate though, and a decent crossing. So I guess some stuff's available. It's just other stuff is utterly missing. And if I look at this composition of attributes, I have a hard time determining a specific path for training. Because his off-the-ball movement is bad, and same as the anticipation, decision-making is decent though. We could go with positioning and marking. Decision making's decent though. Dribbling's bad. Well, the rest isn't that bad. So I'll probably leave it like this, or maybe put the long throws in. Because he will not take great long throws anytime soon. But he needs to learn about them. He's a casual, and we signed him. I probably would have skipped that transfer, but whatever. So, doesn't come with traits. And for a central defender, his jumping reach and strength are really bad. So I think we'll go with that in his case. Tawfik. Not really that impressive. He isn't slow, so that's alright. Dribbling's good. He's basically a runner. His passing could do with some improvement. And given that he knows jack shit about this position, I think we'll focus him on the left. Focus him here. Maybe. If we go on attack, we can do off the ball movement. He's not really bad at it, but he's not good either, given his age. Was this Torfen? No, it wasn't. Tawfik, not to be confused with Torfen. Alright, Torfen is the same though. Yeah. The problem with him is he argues with officials, so... The issue here is twofold. First of all, he needs to be more than competent in his future position. His flair is 1 friggin' point, so I guess we will not focus him on the attack duty. Focus him on the support role, which is well suited with him, so I guess that's good. No flair whatsoever though, so he will hardly create anything that is impressive. On the other hand, arguing with officials will not do, so we need to get rid of this. Well, I want it removed, man. It doesn't matter if you think it's good or not. Setyavan. Yet another Setyavan. This one's on the right wing. On support duty, this looks decent. It's not fantastic though. We could go with technical training here, but I'm not sure if it's needed. I think we'll keep it like this. Hamid, yet another right winger. There's a lot of wingers in this sample and fields. He has good flair, so we gotta exploit that. Work rate's not that great. Yeah. Overall though, he needs some pace and then that will probably buff itself out. Balsalmuyo, I don't know. Vision's good. Passing is 1 freaking point though, so what can you do about that? In this position he would need to be Shadow Striker for us. He's really slow, so a role on the wing is not... It's not entirely out of the question, but it's unlikely too. I think he needs major improvement here, overall. Yeah, and a bit of a focus. He has some attributes that are fine. In particular though, this is work rate, vision, teamwork, so maybe playmaker-ish, but then again he's at 1 point passing, so I have no idea what to do with this. I think we'll go with Shadow Striker and he needs passing at some point. That will that will improve by itself for sure though. Don't need to focus on it. Alright. We're still looking for under 18 physio. Let's have a look at the staff wages for a second. What do we pay the rest of the staff so far? So, this is me. Going with the wages, a physio right now earns 130. So under 18 physio should earn something similar. Alright. Sort these by physiotherapy and go through them. That's way too expensive for my taste. We just want anyone here that would be somewhat capable of doing recovery training with them. So I don't really care much about, well, I do care about the ability, but I'd rather not waste a lot of money on it. And Slamet, he's really bad. Wage is the same. So we'll continue this and just wait it out. We also need a goalkeeping coach. So that's something that's really annoying. Because our goalkeeping coach got snagged off our fingers, even though he was under contract. And that's absolutely missing in all of the training sessions right now. So we're not good with this. Better find somebody. So let's have a look for a goalkeeping coach. I don't care about this. And well, I really don't care what role it is they see themselves in. We are looking for a goalkeeping coach with at least 5 points everywhere. Yeah, there's nobody available. Other than this manager, which is really great. He's Jamaican and he's really good. And apparently he's unemployed. Problem is, he'll probably be damn expensive. But are we looking for other roles too? Where's stuff? So the under 18s don't seem to have a manager either, neither do the under 21s. So we could sign him, but I think he'll probably see himself as a bit better than the jobs we could offer him. I would also take him as an assistant manager, by the way. That's not bad. What's our assistant manager? Oh, apparently we have a manager for... What's he doing with us? That's the under 21s manager, okay. We do not have a manager for the under 18s. Utomo is assistant manager right now, and he's way worse. So it's a reasonable assumption to go with Edwards. The thing is, he will probably want to earn 1k or something. See? Slightly exceeds what's allowed by the board for the position of an under 18 manager. So sadly, we'll need to walk away from this. Well, an effort was made. We need a goalkeeping coach. Yeah, that's the amount of quality I expected, sadly. How are the people within our own club? Is there anyone in the staff that could do goalkeeping coaching alongside it, maybe? Well, not really. He's really bad at it. Utomo is, well, he's assistant manager anyway. Yeah, the youth development doesn't know anything about goalkeeping. None of these ever. How about a hands-on role for you? Well, probably not. Chief Scout, you got any idea about coaching? That's not good. But as a goalkeeping coach, I guess I've seen worse. So I'm not really excited by this in any stretch of the imagination, but we don't have better opportunities on the free market. So, say, paying him 200 euros per week and forcing him into doing the goalkeeping coaching alongside it is probably not the worst idea. That's a chief scout. With him, nope. The under 21s manager does management anyway. Performance analyst is a scout alongside it, for whatever reason. The sports scientist has no idea about goalkeeping coaching. Rito is a scout, and apparently he could do as a goalkeeping coach too. So I think we'll try that concept. We'll try to force Rito as well as Kunyavan into goalkeeping coaching together. And then each of them can do one category. That's it. That will probably not work well. So we need to offer them some money as an incentive. That's not bad. Now I want you to do a secondary job though. This. Say for 110? You just need to help out, man. Okay. I think we will manage to get this done for 110. Perfect. Now let's include a top division relegation wage drop of 5%. Maybe more. Maybe even more. Fantastic. We'll go all the way with this. So that will not solve the goalkeeping coaching problem, but it will certainly... That's good. This is all fine. So now he's still scout, and we got it sorted from some perspective. Does he feel talented as a goalkeeping coach? Not really. So we will have a hard time forcing him into this, but we'll try anyway. He wants 190 now. So we'll increase his wage to 160, which is an increase for him. Same here. Where the hell's goalkeeping coaching? Okay. I guess we'll go with regular coach. He can do goalkeeping coaching alongside it, can't he? Nah, that's not really what I want though. Huh. Do we need another slot for that? So I guess we walk away for now. It might have to do with the lack of an open slot for it. From the perspective of the board. That, or I didn't see it right now. So, this Sunday, we deal with all the petty stuff, I guess. But that's part of Football Manager too. No, it's also part of regular management, I think. Just to deal with all of the small-scale stuff. You can't delegate everything, right? There's 2 loans ending over here. Not sure what we'll do with these. That is a decent player. Bit on the expensive side from the perspective of the wage though. And I don't like the first touch. So if I want to find an argument against it, it's probably the first touch. That's not good enough. He is faster than what we have. I think we'll take a pass this time. Hopefully the squad will be happy with the training schedule. This is new to them, so they might not really agree with it. With all the focus on set pieces and defending, maybe they want some additional ball control training or some additional, I don't know, whatever training. That said, it should be included in the overall sessions as well as in the match practice. So, all right. Let's have a look at the progress of Kuzhnul Kuzma, who is one of our goalkeepers, I guess. There's no progress whatsoever right now because he's around the club for a week or 2. By the way, let's have a look. Who did they not sign? Siahan. He is considered to have low potential. As a playmaker-ish type. For 30 euros a week, I don't care. I'll sign him anyway. Yeah, it's 3 players after all. Yeah, give him a youth contract and that's it. That's good. And what's with Anwar? A balanced striker that shoots with power. What's so bad about that? He's outspoken. Okay. Well, he has decent finishing though. So, assuming... Nah, but he's really bad. Even as a shadow striker, I wouldn't know what to do with him. I like the shoots with power. So this is why I'm still thinking about it. He would need a lot of improvement though. That said, we can still loan him out. And what's 30 euros anyway? So we'll do that too. Take these 2 in. And we should probably deal with the mentoring groups in the youth too. Because these don't work anymore. Alright. So, what do we have? First of all, no trade. We just try to aggregate the personalities of these players. And that probably ends up as a balanced or something. That's not bad. It's a big-ass mentoring group, though, because apparently most of them don't have traits, which is a good thing, at least from the perspective of mentoring. And we'll have a look immediately if it has any influence at all. Because apparently it doesn't. Well, these two belong here too. Pronomo, non. It probably has no influence whatsoever on any of them, right? He places shots. Okay, so there's one player that gets an effect from this group, which is Suhendra. For some reason. I think I'll just leave this for now. And it might be that there will be some sort of development going on with their personalities. So this probably depends on the position in the hierarchy at some point. They are also very much the same ages. So if we had an 18-year-old in this group, that would probably help. We could demote one down there. An 18-year-old with a good personality and stuff. Does somebody come to mind? I don't know, he's 19. So we're probably too good. Where's Fawzi? We don't really rely on Fawzi anymore. So... But he argues with officials. I don't want him down there. Also, he's 16 years old. But yeah, basically the concept is we would need to find a player that is 18 years old, or 17 and something, and include him into the mentoring group. Preferably, I don't know, fairly professional or something. Given that we loan all of these players out, we have a hard time developing their personalities now. Deadline day is coming up. So, given that transfer deadline day is within 3 weeks, we should probably also look into additional personnel, if we need any. I think we got that sorted more or less, though. I mean, I guess we could still use a central defender. But otherwise, we're more or less set. Great. It's money. Otherwise, I don't care. Yeah, we gotta go through these. Okay. And also through the under 18s training, I think. Sadly. Because their current schedule is not that appealing to me. they have a match on Sunday here. So my biggest problem here is there's rest sessions here instead of the physio sessions. And I don't like that at all. But it's still the best we can do. This is weird. Sure. We need a physio for them. All of these rest sessions do deduct from sharpness again, so that will not do. I never really bothered with the youth training so far, so I should probably start doing that. We need any physio willing to work for the under 18s. Oh, seriously? I had the menu in the wrong setup. There are decent goalkeeping coaches around here. Okay. Well, if that's the case... Like him. Okay, he considers himself a director of football, but he would be a decent goalkeeping coach. Very decent. Wants to be a scout though, and he's way too expensive. So that leaves us with Ricky Yassin, I guess. How much do you want? Yeah, fuck off. Okay. Never mind. There were no goalkeeping coaches available. We need a physio for the youth team. And given that we need a physio, we might as well look for a physio. There's still some available here. No. Let's pick attributes for a physio. That's probably physiotherapy, and that's it. Exactly. 0 people found. Yeah, I guess so. There would be a physio that would be willing to work with the youth, who has 8 points of physiotherapy and is spirited. Do we want to pay the money he wants to earn? Probably not. He wants 500. I just can't pay that. Not for the youth team. He seems to be a former player and unambitious, so a great start already. He's fairly pro. 450. Man. We have too much money, I guess. So Pian, he's temperamental. We'll wait for a week or two. Somebody will come up. That, or we turn things around and one of the coaches needs to do physiotherapy for the under 18s or something. Maybe that's a thing that works. In fact, that's not a bad idea. If it's possible. Or maybe give it as a secondary job to the current physio. That wouldn't be bad either, right? Ask the current physio if he wants to do under 8 heats too. We don't need a physio for the under 21s. There's barely anyone in that squad anyway. So, say we ask our current staff. Where's the physio? He's chief doctor, sports scientist, so I guess you're the physio. Great. He has 8 points of physiotherapy and he's vastly underpaid. So, we'll try to pay him a bit more. And cannot give him a job as a physio once more. Damn. Well, the idea was there. What's missing down there? Under 18 staff is missing a manager, for example, a physio and a sports scientist. So we could, well, we cannot send him to the medical department. So I guess we could try to employ him as a manager. He's really bad at this though. On the other hand, it's not like there's anyone available that will do it willingly right now. There's barely any staff down there. So I guess we need an under 18 manager. First and foremost. Forget about that for a second. Is anyone on the coaching team good enough to be under 18 manager? Some stuff needs to change here. He's assistant manager with us and he's great at working with youngsters. Can he be manager? Hi, welcome to the stream. Morning's fine. I hope you have a good morning too. Feel free to tell us about it. And yeah, I'm trying to sort through the stuff of this club right now. It's a bit of a weird situation because we cannot really afford the stuff that we want to sign. But well, monetarily speaking, the club's in a better position now. But on the other hand, I'm trying to come up with solutions within the currently employed squad. Well, staff, the non-playing staff, because some of these might be good enough. I think we'll employ him as a manager on top. So he's assistant manager right now. Say we employ him as an under 18 manager too. Is that something that he can do? How much do we pay him? 200. So say we tell him to go down there. Well, I don't. I just get rid of them. But why do you get unhappy players? How come, basically? They still need what down there? They don't have a physio and a sports scientist, so I guess we could use him as a sports scientist, but he's no good at it. Okay. So the way you stated it is when they get injured. I guess that's true. It's not if, it's when. On the other hand, maybe you train them. I don't know. So I don't know you or the way you do Football Manager, but maybe you train them too hard, or you have a lot of players that are, well, okay, but it's the same game, isn't it? Or is the game vastly different? But the argument goes maybe it's, well, if you react to it once the player gets injured, that's probably too late. Okay. Yeah. So assuming it is comparable, I don't know. It might be simplified on a console, right? That's usually what they do with these kinds of games. There's a simplified version for touch and on console and stuff probably. I'm just assuming though. I don't own a console. For me, it's strictly the other way around. I only play on PC. I don't even own a console, so no handheld stuff either. So I'm not aware. I don't know. I don't care about Football Manager Touch or whatever it's called. But say we'll go with the Zico example, okay? If you want me to go about this. So this is Sutan Zico. Sutan Zico is okay from a performance perspective. Last season he had a 7.14 rating, and as one of my regular viewers tends to remind me, his 8 assists in 21 matches and 3 goals is not that bad. He had decent performances. He's 29 now, he was 28 back then. I like the traits. He plays as an inverted winger for us. He's not a world-beating talent by any stretch of the imagination, and at that age he will probably not develop anymore. That's also something that comes up here. He doesn't develop much, right? The biggest problem with Zico is he's highly susceptible to injury. So I'm okay with his wage, given his importance in the squad. He's so-so. The only problem is his susceptibility to injury, really. So that basically means he sat out half of the last season. Not because of the major injury when he broke his wrist, but really because he never really got fit. So, seen from that perspective, I have a problem with him. Now, assuming this would be my best player in this position, which he isn't, he's just okay, he would insist on a lot of playing time, right? Being injured or no, and not injured, he would insist on playing time. So, if this were to be the best player, I would need to come up with a solution. And the solution is probably to part ways. In this case, though, I'm gonna go with keep him for another season and then part ways. And just find a replacement long term. Because it doesn't matter if he's injured right now. This is a failure. It's a slow moving train wreck, basically. It's not like he's horrible, but we know that he will be injured at some point. And the replacements in his position, I'll just show you in the squad planner. So Zico is the primary option there. And given that I do not want to overspend in this position right now, and we have a lot of youngsters coming up that might be wingers and stuff, we have another player here that doesn't develop much, Morgan Moody. Morgan Moody is a model citizen, but that's about all there is to his attribute profile. That's great. The rest of it is, well, so-so. His performances haven't been that bad, but he's not good. We're not expected to beat the league or something, right? So this is okay. The good part about him is he will not complain. Like, doesn't matter. He considers himself an emergency backup, I think. An impact sub, alright. But he will not complain, given the amount of playing time promised to him. And then we have somebody that came in as an emergency backup now. He considers himself an emergency backup, and to be frank, I don't think that's true. He is okay in this position. He will be. Also, cheap monies and short-term contract. So, now there's nobody in this position that is really great, but also nobody that will complain. And if there's injuries, doesn't matter much, we got that covered. More or less. There's also other players in the squad that might play there from time to time. So the argument that I phrased in a really elaborate, long, excessive way right now is it's a failure at asset management. If players are unhappy and you have to deal with injuries all the time, there should be something wrong with either the way you treat the players or the alternatives on that position, in that specific position, or the personalities of the players, really. Because if they are so hard to deal with, coming back from injury and insisting on their spot in the first team, basically from getting carried out of the hospital, that's, I don't know, maybe they are ambitious and volatile and outspoken and whatever, something like this. So in this case, fuck the skill. Sign somebody else that isn't that hard to deal with. There are players that aren't hard to deal with, and keep up the discipline of the squad. Because you don't want a team to go into mutiny mode all the time. So I guess that's my argument. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure if it applies to your specific situation, obviously. Right? It's just like management always is. It depends. I'll walk away from this now. I lost my train of thought anyway. I hope that helps. Yeah. There's your problem. If you don't do the management yourself, well, they will do the management at their best, and their best is not good enough. The coaching staff does, they do that all over the place. So this is the same with development of roles, for example. If you want to develop a player in another position, you need to set up the coaching yourself. Like, what role are they destined to play in which exact role is it? Is it support, attack, defend? You gotta set that up yourself. Also specific training if you want to, I don't know, train a specific weakness or something. The coaching staff is really bad at this. Well, it's not that bad. Coaching, they are not that bad. They just focus on what they consider to be the strongest role of the player. And they don't give a fuck if it fits your tactic or not. They don't know. They don't get it. So, don't do that. Gotta deal with it yourself. This is part of the fun of the game. And to be fair, all of this little busy work, once it comes together, it's really, how do I put this? It's quite enjoyable. It's not the word I was looking for. But it's quite enjoyable to witness once all of these small parts in aggregate work. But it's work. Getting there. So there's a lot of delay in the gratification element here. But it is a gratifying experience once all of this stuff comes together. In particular under dire circumstances, and this is what I like to do in Football Manager. Like pick a small village club, look into the details of all of the stuff and try to develop them. So if that makes sense to you, well, then you have it's another way of enjoyment. It's not like, I went into this club and now I won the Champions League with Bayern Munich. Well, congratulations on that. It's like, okay, good job. Now try doing the same with a fourth league team. Move them all the way back up, and preferably not one that is fed by, I don't know, Red Bull or something, or oil money. Do it with a club that has no chance. And make the most of that no chance. Yeah, but maybe that's just me. That's the way I like to do things. I tend to favor lost causes, I guess. And if it doesn't work, I don't get depressed that much. Okay, yeah. I barely have an idea about the MLS, to be honest. Probably Sharon Nullet, one of my regular followers. Watchers is better here on Twitch. One of the regular watchers is probably a bit more akin to this, given that he's from the States. So, I don't know. If you want to come up with ideas about that, well, shameless self-promotion, I guess. There's a halfway deserted Discord server that my community's on. So feel free to ask questions there. They will have opinions, maybe. And maybe that's helpful. But it's like 10 or 15 people. So don't get all too excited about that. That's small scale. But you're welcome. In case you wanna join at some point. And I'm also always happy to go into this kind of stuff. It's just I never played the MLS, so how should I know? I barely know about the MLS in real life, so whatever. You might have figured it out by now from Europe. In fact, from Germany, so yeah. I don't have much of an idea about some leagues in the world. Okay, what about this guy? I like the attribute profile. He's 24 though. And he's way too expensive. So fuck that, no, we will not sign him. Isvayudi is getting loaned out. Is this the one we were offering for? Yeah, we were offering for a loan. I see. Well, okay, so for you it's soccer, for me it's football, but that's fine. So sticking to your way to put it, the rules, so the rules of soccer in general are not that hard to comprehend. I think, like, there's barely anything. You have the offside rules and stuff, and that's it, right? Well, there's the odd weird league rule on occasion, like away goals and stuff. But that's all under, you pull up the league, go under rules, and there you have the rules. Have fun with that. So you can read up on that. It's not that hard. Now the MLS has this weird system, as far as I'm aware, with the draft and all that stuff. That might be more familiar to you. But as a European, this is highly absurd. Like, I get why it exists, but for us, this is weird because you Americans, for the MLS, very roughly speaking, came up with a system that might be really fair, and then you put money back into it and went all the way to 11 with it. And now these slots for players that do not abide by the wage limit are traded. So it's like a neoliberal, basically wet dream, if you want to put it that way. And that's just weird. Why would you do that? These two systems that have a conflict with each other. So yeah. It's kind of absurd from our perspective. But it is as it is. And I think systems in other sports in the United States are somewhat similar, if I'm not mistaken. So it might be more familiar to you than to me. Also, every system can be broken and exploited. So you just gotta figure out how to do it. And I probably won't be the right person to know about that. But, just have a look at the rules, stick with the rules, play a season or two, and figure out how to deal with it. First thing that comes to mind. Okay. Yeah, but for example, like the system does help if you find talents that are from the United States, or that are, I don't know, do you have foreign player rules on top in the MLS? Or can you just sign non-American players all the time? Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh, this is the first time ever I look into the rules of the Major League Soccer, and it's just for you. Okay. You can sign foreign players. They're... You don't care about the amount of foreign players either, do you? It's not like there's a limit. Okay, so basically just like in Germany, nobody cares. Great. So then, just from the top of my head. Yeah, just from the top of my head. So there's either you need to have really good youth development. I know, really great, because then you know about the players. This might also include, say, a network of feeder clubs, for example. Just work on that. Like, if you have the money, but you have a problem coming up with the talent, obviously you want to invest the money in finding the talent. And the other way is obviously with the scouting. There are nations that don't pay their players very well. Say the entirety of Africa, more or less. Also parts of maybe the Pacific. Like Indonesia doesn't pay their players well. At least not from a perspective of MLS. So I guess the question is something like this good enough to be a prospect in the MLS? Okay. To be honest, I'm not sure I understand. But if you can sign players from abroad, and it doesn't matter much, you can probably afford 325 euros per week in the MLS. I don't know if Bayu Mbiri would be good enough, but he was born in Indonesia, and he plays here. So there's a chance that you can come up with players that have that are not good from the perspective of I don't know a reputation. It's no use spending all that money on Zlatan Ibrahimovic for his last year. It's probably better to use some of that money and just sign regular players that have really good talent. So that's the incentive, by the way, I guess, by the league. So just follow through with it. Maybe that helps. But that will not include names that anyone knows. Who cares? It's good. And then you can deal with all of the well, you can ignore the designated slots for players without the wage limit or stuff, or however it works. You see, I'm not so sure how it works anyway. But that would be an opportunity to exploit the system. And obviously you want to sell them on. So that puts you into the perspective of a feeding club for the rest of the world. Afterwards they go to Saudi Arabia. Okay, why not? Let them go. Take the money. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And don't forget to not to overdo it. You can also always do a loan army, if that's a possibility for you. Just loan them out, let somebody else do the wages. If they develop, great. If not, well, you don't pay them. So, whatever. As long as you have reasonable assumptions about the amount of money you can earn on them, that's fine. And in a weird way, football management is a very American thing, because in the end it's all about the money. Money is a fungible token. So you don't care where the money comes from. You don't have to win competitions. You just want to do well as a club financially. So if you do well as a club financially, success on the pitch will come along at some point. Just don't go into debt and, try to earn money. And that's obviously off the pitch as well as on the pitch. It's a management simulation after all. It's the focus of the game. Even though some people tend to ignore that all the time. That also includes reasonable lessons. I don't know. I tend to go about this all the time. The clauses in the contracts, for example. I prefer to pay more success-based clauses, because it's a form of hedging. And, well, I don't care if I pay 150 euros per goal or 200. Doesn't matter much to me. If the player scores 30 goals in a season, I'm happy to pay that. Now, if he gets injured, he will not get that one. So, whatever. If I can drop the base wage for that, that's great. And I tend to go about it like this all the time. It doesn't help. It doesn't always work, but I think this is the way this game should be played, or any management simulation. Try to think about risks, and then get rid of them, or compensate for them somewhat. They paid 37,000 euros for him. I can see why, but... well, we were unwilling to pay 37,000. We wanted to get him in on loan. That will not happen anytime soon. So, that's done. No more transfers coming in. We still need a central defender, by the way. So, it's not like I have all of that figured out, by the way, right? Sometimes quality just isn't on the market. You can stop me if I go too much into detail with this and if it's annoying to you, but I'm happy to elaborate on this, if that's okay with you. There's models for this, very roughly speaking, right? A 16-year-old, so let's pick one, doesn't matter. This guy, I don't even know him. Okay, he's a really bad example, but whatever, I'll stick with it, right? So, let's go with the assessment of this player. Is he worth the money? He earns 30 euros a week right now, so this is a youth player that just came in. Is he worth the money? Seems to be talented enough for a young player. As a central defender in Indonesia, well, there's always the problem that they, I don't know, they tend to live under hills or something, at least according to the hate. So they are usually small. That's just a problem. In particular for central defenders, now he might grow, so whatever. But he's casual, as a personality. That's the worst personality in the game. I guess there is Slack, but casual and Slack are the worst personalities in the game as far as I'm aware. So he will not develop, he has no attitude whatsoever. It's just the way it is. So either we change his personality drastically, which will not happen, because we will not wait until he's 36 for him to be a professional. So he will not develop whilst we change his personality and put a lot of resources into this and stuff with mentoring. So from a perspective of an asset, I probably shouldn't have signed this guy. On the other hand, maybe he's a wonder kid or something. And maybe his personality isn't that bad as it's implied, but most likely it is bad. So what we'll do is we'll ship him out. He's 16-year-old right now. At the age of 17, I will find somebody to play him, and I will find somebody, more importantly, to pay him. Because I don't think he will develop that much. If he does, somebody else can pay for that. We don't need him in our squad. I do not want him in my squad long term. So this asset is an asset that I want to get rid of. And preferably I want to get rid of it at any amount of money. Because I don't see a future for him. But I would be absurdly stupid to sell him now. Because the amount of money it costs us to keep him around is not that high. It's not like the under 18 squad is reasonable from the perspective of size. So he might play from time to time. He will not block a playing spot for somebody else. So from that perspective, it's okay to keep him around. But I will get rid of him sooner than with a comparable player. So let's see if we will get a comparable player somewhere here. Different position, but very different situation. He's balanced. I'm not fond of that. His attribute setup is okay-ish. It's a little bit better than the other guys, but that's not what I'm going for here. I'm going for this guy has development in him most likely. I don't know about the potential of either of them, obviously, but part of the potential is having a good personality. He's balanced. That's not great. Also, he's outspoken. That's not great either. But I see some future for him with this club. So I'll probably keep him around until the age of 19 or something. Well, that's a 16-year-old. Once they get older, so there's extreme cases, but I don't want to go into the extreme cases too much. Say this is Bayu Mbiri. This is an extreme case. He's a 17-year-old that was basically the best we had in the squad when we came here 1.5 years ago. So back when he was a 16-year-old, he was still way better than most of the squad. The problem with these talents is they rarely put it onto the pitch. Like, he's not consistent with it. He is above average. Well, he was last season, scored 11 goals, 5 assists, but given the amount, given that attribute sample, he should do better with us. Now, the thing is, he does not want to extend his contract. So, he will be around the club for another 2 years. Maximum. Most likely, though, I will need to sell him. And that's way too early to sell him from a financial perspective. Because his development will be fine until he's at the age of 23 or something. Most likely. So I would want to keep him around for another 5 to 6 years if I had a choice. He just doesn't want to extend his contract. So I'm forced into a decision. There's other players in between those that, well, you gotta decide on a case-by-case basis. Let me find a 23-year-old. I think Ferdiancia. Ferdiancia is 22 now. To give you some history about him, Ferdiancia we loaned in, and then we bought him at some point, but for cheap money. For us, this is low amount of money. So he's not really great. He's not a wonder kid or something. But he has good personality, the traits are fine for his position, and his performances, that doesn't look like much, but in the cup he was fine. So in aggregate, this is okay. He's an assist giver, and there's development in him. It's not fantastic, but there is development in him, right? So, do I want to sell him? Well, depends. We paid 12k for him. If somebody comes in and offers 50k for him, I will probably get rid of him immediately. Why not? Because he's not worth that much money. On the other hand, to have a reliable squad member is worth a lot. Like, we don't pay him much. He does not complain if he doesn't play. He has decent traits. He's a good role model for younger players. So why would I want to force him out of the club? We can keep him until he's 28. It will not increase his value, but I'm perfectly willing to pay that money. And I'm perfectly willing to disregard the cost of opportunity here. Because it's more valuable to me to have the player in the squad than to get the money now. Now, if I could come up with a replacement that's better, off he goes. Doesn't matter. But he'll probably be around. There's, say, Sukipto. This is basically the situation even worse. His teamwork is absolute rubbish. And he's 24 right now. He doesn't develop much. He is an important player though, so I'm happy to stick with him. Well, in that case, I hope it helps you a little bit. Like, and I think about it all the time from that perspective. So Nanda Sukipto, for example, he's our club captain now. I came into this club and he was a nobody. But he has good personality. He has a trait that fits the role nicely, no matter where he plays. We came in and he was a central defender. Look at that jumping reach. Fuck that. I will not have a central defender with 6 points of jumping reach, and he's too small. So we retrained him, and now he's a ball-winning midfielder. And he's very single-minded about that, because he has no idea how to play within the tactic. Doesn't matter, he's a wrecking ball going straight towards the opposition. That's fine. So now he can wreck them, and well, we just need to deal with it. He's not worth any money. We pay him a little bit too much, maybe, but he's okay. He's not great, but I expect him to be a decent club captain for the future. So, whatever. he can stick around at the age of 24. Other players at the age of 24...
Hey, yet another member for the fan club.
Are you quite sure it's not a self-help group?
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, anyway, for other players though, I might need to sell him now. Because he's at the end of his major development. There will not be anything coming up from the perspective of attribute development anytime soon. At the age of 24, he's too old for that. So he passed the maximum of his delta. What is this called in math? I don't know. The increase gets slower and slower now. So the perfect opportunity to sell him is when the increase is at its maximum, so that other people suffer the decline, right? That, or you keep the player around and you don't sell it at all. That's another occasion that obviously happens. In the case of Jorge Cesar, we brought him in at the age of 30. Just because we know we can exploit his jumping reach, and we did. It doesn't show here, but he scored 38 goals. If we include the cup competitions in, I think, 42 games or something. Also provided the odd assists, but really it doesn't matter. He's a goal scorer. And I don't have much of a problem with him. Obviously he will not develop and we pay him. So like 1,000 or something. This is, for us, this is big money. But there's barely any decline with him either. Doesn't matter much. He will decline at some point. Where will he decline? Well, in the physicals. First and foremost in the physicals. That's just the way it is for players. At some point you get too old, right? The optimal age for a striker is between, I think, the age of 29 and say 33 or something. Because they still have the physical attributes, but they are starting to decline. And the experience that gets lost here, so once the attributes decline, that frees up experience that can be spent in other areas. And usually, as long as they train, that happens, they put it into the technical and the mental areas. Preferably in the mentals, but also in the technicals, and once they are really old, the technicals decline too, and then it's mentals only. So, you get something for it. This declines, but you get this. So that might mean that we can keep him until he's 34 or 35, as long as he's tall enough. And as long as this doesn't decline too much. At some point, though, it will go down, like this. And at this point, we need to get rid of him. Because that, or we need a tactic that can use him. So let's come up with another example. Let's take our infantry. This guy was around the club when I came into this club. And to be frank, I don't like him. He's 32 too. He is pacey. I'll give him that. As a central defender though, he lacks strength, and well, 3 points of heading is... that will not change anytime soon. His heading is really bad. He compensates for his weaknesses with, well, what he's good at. So it's not like he's horrible. But in comparison to Jorge Cesar, his 1,000 euros per week are damn expensive. Because Jorge Cesar is on a 7.5 rating or something last season. He isn't. And he will not develop anymore. He will not get faster. He will not get stronger. He's at his peak. Well, he's probably past his peak. Thinking of it. In particular as a central defender. He just declines. It's not that hard yet, but he is in decline. So at the end of the season, I will probably let him go. Nobody else wants to buy him because he's too expensive from a wage perspective. So, yeah, just gotta get rid of him. Nobody will pay me 22k for him. And to be fair, if I offered him out right now, he would also be annoyed because he wants to stick around the club. So let's keep him until the end of the season and then he can fuck off. Because I don't want him for yet another year. And if I do, I want it for vastly reduced wages. That sounds very ungrateful. He has been a decent addition to the squad, but his time is limited and it will run out. And I think about players from that perspective, like every day. It does not need to be a wonder kid. It's about the utility for the squad. Yeah, sometimes utility for the squad comes in terms of not being that good. But it's fine. Well, I mean, fuck. So much for signing somebody that can help out in defense. Well, I think we'll leave him to the physio. In this case, we can play without him. The first real match, so whatever. He won't be sharp. Coming back to your statement, it somewhat is. Yeah, but that happens. It's just what happens in training. And to be fair, there's recovery sessions all the time here. So I don't think it will happen that much to us. We had a crisis of injuries for the later stages of last season, though, I think. So it happens from time to time, sure. And we got thrown out of the... Well, the way it works in Indonesia here is there's a cup competition that is just for the money. It's a league cup. This league cup is prior to the start of the regular season. Then there's the regular season. So we got thrown out of the cup competition by our local rivals at quarterfinals. That was the last episode. So now we're out of the cup competition and we have 3 weeks to spare to do some training, and then the regular season starts. We are just expected not to go down. So it's not like we want to go for the Asian Champions League spots. We were around that area last season, though, prior to the injury crisis. So now we're just trying to get the sharpness going, not to injure anyone, and go into the season. Right? But we have a hard time doing this now, because I would have preferred the odd game here and there, and playing friendlies is a bit different. Also, there's money missing, obviously, because in the cup competition we would have earned money. And then at the end of the season, well, it's not at the end of the season really. Throughout the season, there's another cup competition that has its final at the end of the season. And this second cup competition is all over Indonesia, and that includes, for the winner, a spot in the Asian Champions League. So that's worth a lot. It's not so much about the money there, it's about that win in the end. It does come with additional money too, obviously. And that's not even the prize money itself, it's also the supporters in the stadium that pay a decent amount of money, because there's a decent amount of supporters. So, what do I focus on now? Well, okay, given that we were thrown out of the primary cup competition, well, the first one, we can focus on the league now. Just don't do them. You can set up the schedule by yourself. Like here. Don't arrange any friendlies. Or if other people do friendlies for you, just disable them. Erase it. Stuff, responsibilities should be somewhere around here. Obviously, this is with me. Probably it's not match, is it? This is for match days? No. There should be a menu somewhere for arranges friendlies and stuff. That's training emails. That's great. Not all I'm looking for though. Outgoing developments loan, sign youth players, blah blah. Handle incoming offers. What the hell? I'll definitely take control of this, so thank you very much for that. I will not let him sell players from the under 21s. No, but there's a menu somewhere. I would just need to find it. For arranging friendlies. Yeah, and it probably is within the mail. Like, if somebody else arranges friendlies for you, there should be a button on the... there should be a button at the bottom right. Here we go. There will probably put you in the right direction, or some sort of gear icon that helps you set up this kind of stuff. All right, let's have a look at Joaquin Hernandez. How about no? This would include a foreign player. No problem with foreign players. The problem is, well, it's the league that has the problem with foreign players. So I don't want him. Our goalkeeper is better, and also he will need a big pay rise. So fuck off now. Luis Benitez. Now all the scouting reports come in from the foreign players that I cannot sign. Great. We'll offer a trial for him, I think. His one-on-ones are bad though. Nah, I don't think so. Don't care. Victor Cardenas. This is hard on me. I would like to have this guy. He's an amateur, so he's absurdly cheap most likely. And we cannot play him. I have no idea, man. So a few of the regulars told me to buy it. I will probably do it just because I'm a streamer. So I guess, given that I did most of my time on Football Manager here, it's a reasonable assumption that I will buy the game. I'm not even sure if I want to play the beta though. Like, I can. But I skipped going with all of the excitement about new games, if that makes sense. So from that perspective, I'm a really bad streamer and YouTuber, because I do not tend to get excited if once all the hype shows up. I tend to go with a more long-term perspective on this kind of stuff. So over the next year, I will do Football Manager 2024, and I will look into the features once I have it on my screen. But I don't care much about all the hype. And I will definitely, well, how do I put this? I will not pay a premium for that game, because I'm perfectly happy with Football Manager 2023. So I'll order it somehow at some point, but I will probably not pre-order. Well, it's too late for that anyway, right? But I'll see. If there's a deal at some point, I'll buy it. Or maybe I'll buy it in the next 4 weeks at a reasonable price somewhere. Well, the estimated wage here is way too high, by the way. So, fuck off. Yeah, we've been here. We just don't need a defensive midfielder right now, so that's okay, but I'm not interested. This guy's an attacking midfielder. My biggest problem with him is not so much that he's bad. My biggest problem is we have similar. Or somewhat similar. So we still need somebody behind Imbiri, in case Imbiri isn't available. So in comparison to Imbiri, yeah, he's worse. No surprises there. If we compare him to... Where's Hidayatullah? If we compare him to Hidayatullah... Oh! Well, okay. So Hidayatullah is worse, but he's a better finisher. No surprises there. And we can also see this in the attributes in detail for Shadow Striker. That's it. This will probably buff out. And he's 16 years old and he's 20. So at the age of 20, he will probably be better than this. So this does not seem like a good option right now. Now, the argument can be made that we need somebody as a replacement here, but in this position, and not to play Hidayatullah. But on the other hand, we do not rely on performances that much. Results on the pitch are not that important to us right now. Obviously, they are important long term, but we gotta think about it long term, not short term only. And there's also Iskander, who plays in that position. Didik Iskander, well, is worse. Same argument though, he's a 16-year-old and he's 20. So I expect Iskander to develop into roughly this level of capability. So I will not do this. Because he's interested in a transfer. I don't want to pay for the transfer, and I don't want to pay the wages either. The other guys play for 30 euros a week. So go away. And then there's this guy. He would want to come in. Oh, he's motivated to come in by himself. And he wants to add quality to the first team. I have a hard time figuring out if that's true. So we'll offer a trial. And if he wants to play for Deva, go play for Deva. Because it does not look... He wants to add quality to the first team, but really Imbiri's better, most likely. So, we're patient. How do I add you go into the... You go into the player menu and then transfer off a trial. He might not accept. But... Just offer him a trial and then he comes over in case he accepts, and he'll be around for, well, the amount of weeks chosen. I usually go with 2 weeks because that's enough. So if I go to a randomized player here, I'll just show you again, say Harry Ali. I go towards transfer, offer trial. Now I don't want to offer a trial for him because I know everything about him and I don't want him at the club. This deducts from the coach's performance because, you know, he's part of the players that are trained. So preferably don't offer trials to everyone. But on the other hand, offering trials is vastly cheaper than scouting these players. There we go. He comes in as a trial now. And I'll accept it. I hope that explains it. It might be different on the PS5 though. So I have no idea how it works there. It might be that the game is vastly simplified on console. I'm not aware. Like, I don't want to judge either. But it might be. He's susceptible to injuries. Also doesn't enjoy big matches, fairly inconsistent performer. You know, we have enough bad players at this club. He's slow. I'll sit this out. Toss him to the under-21s for now. We'll respond to this. He'll just train with us for the time being. That's it. I like these transfer windows, by the way. Once you do not feel forced anymore to do transfer business, it's much better. Like, I'm okay, more or less, with the playing material that is at the club right now. It should be enough to reach our goals. Our goals are not to get relegated, so I would prefer to strengthen defense a little bit, in particular central defender area. But on the other hand, I still have infantry around the club, and he is okay as a central defender. He's not good, given the amount of money we pay him. But if this is the only problem we have at the club, we're in a happy spot. Like, this is fine. The strikers are more or less dealt with. We have two decent strikers. We have attacking midfield is Bayou as well as 2 youngsters. Well, he's a youngster himself. So 3 youngsters, one of them is definitely good enough to score 10 or 15 goals within a season. So that's fine. We have acceptable options on the wings that I cannot part with or I will not part with. None of them are fantastic, but they are good enough. And we included additional players with potential or that are good enough to play in this team on the wings. So that's okay too. We did get the lack of a left back sorted with a really great addition as far as I'm aware. That has nothing to do with the fact that he's German, by the way. But he's just very cheap. Mr. Michael Steinke. So he came in on a very cheap transfer overall, given his potential. The midfielders are more or less done too. Baldwin in midfield, we have 2 options. For the playmaker, we have 2 options. We actually loaned one out. And for the right back, we have like 4 options right now, and goalkeeping is done too. So it's really just about a reasonable central defender in the end. If we find something that's good. If something becomes available for cheap, we can pounce on it now. Because we don't care much. We're done with the transfers. And that's a great position to be in prior to the transfer window closing. Because if somebody wants to offer money now, it needs to be damn good for us to agree on it. We're more interested in hedging our risks and our expenses at this point. So we might have additional players that we don't need anymore. So they need to go out on loan and preferably bring in some money. That might be a thing. So we'll have a look at that in a second, right? Let's have a look at the under-21s and see if we can get somebody to play somewhere else. I should probably also look into the training performances, but that's a menu that will come up at some point, so no need to force it. Hopefully this setup helps with all of the set pieces stuff, because we need to get, well, that's something that needs an improvement. We need better set piece takers. The problem is we need a set piece taker that is on the pitch, and we more or less have settled on a team that will be on the pitch. So getting a set piece taker will be hard. It's more likely that we teach our own how to take set pieces. Or some of them at least. In particular, the corner taking. That needs an improvement. With better corner takers, we could score an additional 5 or 10 goals, I think. Like, really, because we have the central defenders that are capable of scoring, and we have a striker that is capable of scoring. We just need better corners. So maybe that makes some sense. Maybe we should look into this. And obviously that will delay action once more, but who cares? We're 2 hours into this session and I didn't do a single match. So that's probably also what's going on within this session of Football Manager, so whatever. I shouldn't forget to drink. So Do any of you have plans for Football Manager 2024 that you want to share with me? Like, did you already choose a club or something? Or a league at least? I'm also shamelessly still trying to come up with ideas for Football Manager 2024, so I guess I'm open to suggestions. Because otherwise I will just, I will probably just do another involuntary journeyman save. What's real-time mode? I'm not aware of the feature. Could you just put it into I don't know, short description? Is it like it processes automatically or something? Okay, the goalkeeping, well, the scout is now a goalkeeping coach. That's not great, but this is what we were looking for. Let's have a look. Because this is rubbish. Same as him. Great. At least that doesn't deduct from our other performance anymore. We still need a decent goalkeeping coach, though. Fuck me. It deals with real-time update of players being transferred to the club at the beginning of the game. Like as in the transfers in reality? Or what does this mean? That seems a bit weird to me. I just don't, I'm not sure if I understand, but I will probably figure it out at some point. Okay. Yeah. So I guess that's an important feature for people. It makes sense. It's just like me personally, I don't care much because I'm in 2031, so there's no real players available anymore anyway. Or if they are close to retirement. Okay. Original real-time and your world. So they included an additional mode that includes the transfers from the real world over whatever, and then they rebranded it. Because your world is basically just AI-generated players everywhere, most likely, which has been part of Football Manager for like 10 years, I think. Original is just the way it is right now, and real-time is, well, have some additional transfers every few weeks. Good luck with that. But I don't know how they deal with the conflicts. Well, there's discrepancies. If the player transfers in the real world, that's great, but he might have transferred in Football Manager. So, to another club. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm not sure if this is very realistic. Depends on how the feature works. Alright. I wanted to do the training for the others here too. It is horrible. That's bad. But we'll keep it like this for now. And send me the under 18s. So training for goalkeeping is really bad now. And players will probably start to complain about this. But what can you do? Siahan has signed a youth contract. Yeah, that's... I would argue that's good, but it really isn't. He is some sort of a playmaker, I think. Alright. Keep him here. Wasn't there... There was another one. I probably forgot one of them. Where is it? Training individual. There we go. There he is. Ramad Anwar. So at 1.66 meters, he will probably not be a striker, so I guess we will train him as a shadow striker instead. 15 points of finishing certainly are a thing. Nobody else got forgotten, so that's fine. Okay, and we signed everybody, yeah, that's true. Which brings me to an idea. That's a central defender. His contract runs out. Problem is, he's Brazilian. Could you come up with Indonesian players, please? I'll offer him a trial. He will probably not come over, given that he's still employed with his current club. But yeah, that's decent. Well, I think I'll shortlist him. Yeah, sure. Borneo are trying to get rid of their player base for monies. And obviously, we are the target now, given that we have the money. We did make that money by not buying players all the time, though. In particular, in this case, this is a player that we do not need. So, have fun with that. This is the Ferdiancia that, well, he is a decent player. I remember him quite fondly, it pains me to say, because he might have scored the odd time against us. Okay. Alfian has been signed by Barreto Putra. That's not good, but they signed him until the end of the season with an extension clause, so whatever. This all seems fine. How's training? I also should probably look into the set piece takers again. Everybody loves that, so I will try to keep it at a minimum. Alright. If there's any argument for Morgan Moody being on the pitch, it should probably be set pieces at some point. So I'll just forget about the passing in the vision. And we'll train him on corners. Because he's the best set piece taker on the pitch, if he plays. Isha will not take set pieces anytime soon, in particular not corners. So I guess Iskander is the next option here. He has so much to deal with though, I don't want to train him on set pieces. Ramadan... well, he's just a replacement as a playmaker anyway. He does train for free kicks though, so that's fine. Iskander comes with decent free kick taking. Same as Ferdiancia. Ferdiancia is not instructed to take corners though, he's way down here. I don't think we need to train him on corner taking. And really, there's barely anyone that is capable of doing anything useful within the squad. And well, in his case, the set pieces are not that important, I think. If we can get some dribbling first touching technique into him, I'd rather improve that, not the corner taking or the throw-ins or stuff. I would probably need to include him for throw-ins on the left though. That's true. Yusuf, that's true. Saputra is a right defender. So let him do that. Celestio is a winger. Where the hell is... no, we do not have a third option on the left and on the right. On the right there is a third option, the Loney. That's a fourth. Anyway. These two can also play in defensive midfield, so I tend to prioritize them lower. But they're all rubbish at taking throw-ins anyway. And the free kick taking, well... Siskanda, Ferdiancia, Ramadan, and then Diki Tabuni, I guess. Yeah. Nugro is around now. Well, Mr. Nugro, welcome to the club, and I guess he will do some free kick taking now. As a bonus training. He has decent technique, so... good luck with that. But overall, hopefully the focus and training on set pieces gives some result. Which reminds me, so he improves as a central defender a little bit. Good stuff. Moody barely improves at all, as we are used to it. Well, Ferdiancia did improve a little bit, so that's good. I like that. Fozzy improves a lot. Given his age, that's expected. So I'll keep it like this. Imbiri doesn't improve at all. That's not unexpected. I'm not even sure if this is due to the training though. It's just... I don't know. He's too young to be loaned out, otherwise I would loan him out. He will not play. Should maybe drop him to the under-18s again, but on the other hand... Well, should probably drop him to the under-18s. All of these players, they do train pretty well. There's barely any development though. For now. Hidayatullah has some development. Well, good stuff. Well done, sir. Oh, fuck. This all seems He did develop additional points of jumping. Great. How tall is he now? 1.68 meters. Abdullah, not much of a change. There's a change with Isha. Not a good one though. That's it. So, barely any development in any of these. Okay. Alright. I'll get some fresh water from the kitchen for a second. BRB. So, I found some ice cold water. There's that. Alright. What's going on here? Ramadan. Nurul Ramadan. They made an approach to sign him. What does that have to do with me? Oh, he's got decent jumping, so I was interested in him for that reason, probably. Let's offer the trial to him. So maybe we will have an additional striker after all. Edi Ferdiancia. Deva is offering for him. And by you, Imbiri is showing pleasing progress, it says. What? He declined. Well, he's still top level, so I guess that's fine. We'll make it to this friendly at least today, that's for sure. I want to go there. Also, this is a great weekend to play Football Manager, I think, because there's no other real football, at least not in Germany. Like, we have international competitions, but who cares about international football anyway? It's probably... I don't know. Is it European qualifiers or something. I'm not sure. Let me have a look. So, from a German perspective, the third league place. And then there's European qualifiers. That's it. So I would need to watch league football somewhere else. Nurul Ramadan has agreed terms with somebody else. This is a second league team, isn't it? Oh, they get promoted, so we will be forced to play him. Well, that's not good. We'll scout him. This is threatening. On the other hand, maybe we can shut him off. Who knows? Good. Hermano has been signed by Borneo. Okay. They can afford him in the second league? Sure. Why not? Iswayudi joins PSPS. That is sad. I would have loved to have him with our club. But that's how it goes. So we still need central defender. Alright, can we come up with somebody all of a sudden? Because I'm not really happy with the quality. Yes, this is all foreign players and I cannot afford you because I do not have... Cool. Because I do not have a foreign player spot available. So, forget about that. There's a 19-year-old here that comes to mind that we could sign from our local rivals. Yeah, well, that's always a good idea, to sign a player from your local rivals. Also, his jumping reach is 10 only. It's a little low for my taste for a central defender. I like them being tall and good jumpers. He looks reasonable too, but we don't have the slot. Do we want to sign a 20-year-old from... He's not that much better, is he? Practical signing for the future, it says. The thing is that that's not much of an improvement. Kevin Gomez could be. Euphrey Siswantoro, he's unambitious. That's probably why he's not with us yet. Kevin Gomez. Well, do I want a 33-year-old center back? I don't think so. Does anyone remember Yoljanto for some reason? He would be okay. Wanted for loan. Transfer value is a bit high. We had him for loan with us. He was fine. We wouldn't need a lot of time to settle in. Sometimes you just don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you just take what you're already used to. So, we'll make a loan offer, we will not pay them. Oh, he should be tested in a different environment. Do I believe in the long-term potential of this guy? Well, why not? I guess we could sign him on a permanent basis. Or do we? In comparison to what we have available to us at the club. He's not horrible. We should probably compare him to Haryanto. That's more or less his level. It's not bad. He's better in the air. A little faster. Mentals are a bit off. It's a similar level of play, so assuming we can get him for like 300, 350 or something, that would be fine. We could also pay some of his wages and include an optional fee here, an optional future fee. So let's include an optional future fee. He is interested in a loan move, so that's good. So say we include an optional future fee for 10k. And not as a regular starter, but, you know, impact sub maybe. If it includes a sensible future fee. You know what we'll do? We'll offer some of his wages. And I'll go with 15k here. I don't know if this is sensible to them. But we'll make an offer. And they will probably just decline. Future additional fees. Well, that's nice, but I don't think so. Oh, we can basically negotiate the entirety of the future deal. Well, in that case, I'm perfectly willing to offer, say, 10k here. Go down to, say, 10 here. Make an offer. Like, I'm willing to pay 20k for Yolyanto, sure. It's not perfect, and we have 3 options available to us, but none of these are any good, and Yolyanto is a good jumper, so that's a plus. And there's not much fantasy in this deal. No, imagination is the word I was looking for. There's not that much imagination in this deal. It's just he's okay to play with the senior squad. He's not okay to be #1 central defender anytime soon. Doesn't matter much. That's fine. We need somebody to compensate in case things go sour. Well, infantry is still around, so I guess we have him. Did I mention that I want to get rid of under 21 players, and what did I not do? Yeah. So, gotta deal with that. Also, don't forget to drink. Water is important. And apparently healthy too. Also comes for free, more or less, at least around here. Straight from the tap. Well, processing, yay! Let's look at the under 21 players. Okay. These lone players are prone to come back. They would be interested in an extension. That's fantastic, because I'm not interested in getting you back. In particular, I would love to extend this stuff here, given that they pay us 1k per month. You're no good. Like, it is what it is. Loan performances have been horrible, so that's fantastic. Please go away for another season. They don't want him anymore. Big surprise. And it's a similar situation with him, I think. I don't want him back. He will come back though. Does he... Where was I? Yeah, they pay 1k for him too. Nope. Nobody interested. Okay. His training performance has been okay. I'm alright with this. The marking went up a little bit, so I guess That begs the question. Oh! Strength is his worst attribute right now. Okay. Well, I'll keep it like this. Alright. No interest in the player. So... there's a lot of players out on loan here. Let's just get rid of all of these for a second. Karif is in the first team. Hermavan doesn't belong here. He's 23 now. We did sign him to loan him out though. Yeah, okay. So it's just as it is. He needs to be loaned out. We will put him to the first team though. Senior squad, it says. Sorry, not first team, senior squad. And, well. Given his potential there, I don't know. There's an attacking midfielder on the left. There's Ari and Ferdiancia in front of him. It's not horrible if he stuck around. It would be okay-ish. That said, I would rather have him play. Oh, that's the one that doesn't go. Doesn't want to go. I still think we'll try. If an offer comes in, that's good. Nobody comes in with an offer, well... let's make it 1.5 for him. Maybe somebody's stupid enough to do it. So let's try to loan him out. The hell? Everybody else is out on loan. This is how it works. Seems like it. Is there a 17-year-old in here that needs to be loaned out? Maybe. There's a 19-year-old here. Well, he doesn't belong here, but whatever. We do not have an additional 17-year-olds here. Ritsky Hamid would be the next one to get older. And he isn't yet. So that's fine. I guess all of the loan business has been settled. With more or less. I would be okay with loaning out some of the older players, actually. Like Muhammad Ari, for example. Basically those that I don't see playing a big role in the first team. And that could be replaced by a youngster from time to time. So, if we can, maybe get rid of their wages. In particular, if they do not have an attribute profile that fits the role. So that would be infantry, Ari... try to come up with names. Maybe one of the fullbacks on the right side. We loaned one in there, so loaning one out is stupid, but, you know, Yusuf could leave, I think. Let's have a look at that. Squad planner says on the left side there's one player too much, given that we just promoted Hermavan. Makes sense. And the only inverted winger available here is Ari. That said, I'm not very fond of Ari. Well, I am fond of the personality, I'm not fond of the lack of development. And also he's... like his attributes are all over the place, right? He doesn't really develop as an inverted winger. And I hate his plays no through balls trait, even though it serves him just fine with that bad of a passing. Also bad crossing and stuff. I don't know, we've been over this. So assuming... Yeah, he's one of those that doesn't want to leave, I recall. Okay. So let's go back towards Yusuf here. Similar situation. We have 4 players being able to play there. Yusuf is the only one with decent long throws, but whatever. It's not like this is good. Can we get somebody else to pay his wages and then some? He's open to speaking to other clubs, so why not? 120 is not that much. But say somebody offers 1.5k per month for him. And they play him as a right defender in some role. I would be willing to part with him for now. I would also love to loan out Chris Cariff. Just for his development. On the other hand, he's probably... Well, it probably serves him much more to be within the mentoring group over here. Where's Yusuf, by the way? Is he included somewhere? He's not even included in any of these. For whatever reason. Why is that? Oh, he marks opponents tightly. Okay, yeah, makes sense. We'll see. Now we need to wait for these 2 to come in, and then we will probably need to loan them out for less than 1k. Are you being serious right now? They offered to pay 1.5k per month for him. That's all league free though. That's too low. Yes. Sure. You can play him as a fullback too, I don't care, that's fine. So he will go there and he will play. And we will get 16k. Sure, I will accept that. Why not? That's good. And there's a scouting record for the friendly. So they play this weird formation and try to control possession apparently. Sure, great. Good luck with that. I'll do a bathroom break for a second. BRB. Alrighty. Thinking about the use of loan again. Thinking about that use of loan again. Given that we are given 16k for this loan, even if he doesn't develop in the third league, these 16k probably, well, they also pay his wages. These 16k are probably enough to bring in a replacement at some point, at least on his level. So this is hedging from multiple perspectives. It is hedging against extending his contract for another year if he doesn't develop, because we might need to play him in the first team from time to time, and well, so assuming we are all of a sudden forced into playing him, that would extend his contract automatically, and I do not see him developing that much. Right? He's not good enough. So let's assume he plays a lot in his, at the loaning club, then he might develop. Great. Then we can renegotiate a new deal, no big problem, and we'll negotiate for additional fees. That's fine. We might also be able to sell him or something. But even if he leaves on a free, we made 16k on him. So in the end, it's a plus. Sure, we might want to keep him, but for now, that's fine. He's also 19 years old, so whatever, he might develop. And he needs to play to develop, that's definitely true here. The very exciting young prospect doesn't show much potential right now. So if he doesn't develop, we made 16k on him, that's good money. Yeah. If he doesn't perform there, fuck that. Who cares? We get the money. Then he can leave and, well, we won't sign him for an additional time. What about we pay all of his wages? Say 80%. Especially if it includes a sensible future fee. What's sensible to you guys? Apparently that's not sensible to them. Goalkeeping coach Edward. Yeah, well... True, we're still looking for one. And none of you are any good. Well, with the exception of this guy. Where is he? Mr. Fari. He's on a really cheap contract for the other guys now. Do we still have an open slot there? Like... Yeah. We still have an open slot for a goalkeeping coach. And we would need to pay them for the rest of the contract, but that's somewhat fine. And as a goalkeeping coach, he's probably better than what we have. Yeah, that's great. Problem is, it's a short-term contract. But from another perspective, that's great. We can afford that. So, we'll start with 130. And compensation is low, so... Come on, you'll go with 150, won't you? It's better than what he earns at his current club, so that would be fantastic. And that would solve the matter. If he decides to come over. His mentals are a bit off though. So he's not a perfect goalkeeping coach, but he's probably 1.5-star material at least. So better than what we have right now, sadly. And at least his goalkeeping is not all over. Like the coaching is not all over the place. It's 6 points in two attributes and 7 in another. So he'll be fine. Hmm. I'm kind of interested in playing out this season now. Given that we are focusing on set pieces for now. I would love to play a season that focuses on set pieces a lot and see how it turns out. With the squad. Alright, let's not forget about Kunyavan and Chonaldi at the end of this day. They need to get out on the road again. I don't know where, but we will ship them to another island somewhere. Preferably with somebody paying 1.5k per month. That would be perfect. Making money off people that have no talent whatsoever. I'm fine with that. Well, 8 messages. Alright. Nobody offers for Hermavan. There are clubs that would want to offer 600 for playing and 600 for unused. What did we offer for? Well, that's not a problem. We can deal with that. Pay the wages, please, and maybe 500 each. So how about that? Who the hell is Yuda Fabian? Oh, yeah, we don't need that anymore. So thank you very much. Isha performs well in his new position. Okay. Infantry is unhappy with training. Well, why would that be? The strength training doesn't produce any more results. Yeah, I see. That's true. We can probably do some heading training for him instead. Like, whatever happens, he can only improve there. You go with that. Also, I will criticize your training. This is not good. Saiful Sityavan seems to be unhappy. He thinks it's not beneficial, his training. Okay. How do you come up with this? How about Fendelfield training instead? That's better. Oh, okay, sure. Why not? Doesn't matter much to me as long as the decision making goes up. They signed Kunyavan, doesn't matter to me. Squad numbers and the lone players have returned. Okay. So they are no longer, they still are considered to be on loan. Squad numbers, let's respond to this. This is horrible. Okay. So none of these need a squad number. They are out on loan. So you can go away. None of you either. Fantastic. So that settles this affair. Halim will definitely have the number 2. I don't care about Abdullah. He'll have that. Permana's out on loan anyway. So Crypto number 4, yeah, that makes sense. So Listio number 4, don't think so. He can have, I don't know. I guess number 14. Moody on number 10, that's fine. Himmervan on number 11, okay. It's not like Negro cares. And then I will give all of these numbers. But preferably, I'll give them numbers that fit with their precision on the pitch, right? I would like that. So Simon Owen, number 1. Where's our striker? Jorge Cesar will probably have number 9 for reasons only known to me. Isha, I don't know, let's give him number 12 or something. Who's our primary right defender? Well, the lower numbers are done anyway, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, we need number 5 now. So, seen from that perspective, who's right defender? So for true, I guess. Why not? Left side Steinke, 6. Then there's Verstabuni. There. Let's give him number 7. Number 8 is still available. That's well, one of the wingers most likely. Who would that be? Ferdiancia. Where's Ferdiancia? There we go. Ferdiancia. I never thought about squad numbers that much, really. 9 and 10 are done, and then we're getting into the, I don't know, the random stuff. Yusuf will be out on load anyway. So the infantry can have a number. And grow. Anshori is not that unimportant. Biri is really important. We should probably give number 13 to Imbiri. Just for the fun of it. Alright, and I'll just do the rest here. Doesn't matter much, does it? It doesn't matter at all, to be honest. It's just numbers. They are important to some players though, apparently. And they want their preferred numbers. So, I don't know. Abdullah, for example, doesn't get his number 2 because it's with Halim. And Halim will always have number 2 as long as he wants it. So, Abdullah needs to deal with number 22 or whatever it is right now. But at least this time we didn't include numbers like 99. It seems to be somewhat sorted. I don't know. How does this work in real life? Is it really like important so in the squad? Like if you are within the first 11 numbers, then you are within the first 11? Is this how it works? So people do not want to have number 22 because that means they will not play. Seems absurd to me. I will Google this now. So Wikipedia says numbers very soon became a way to also indicate position, with starting players being assigned numbers 1 to 11. Although in the modern game they are often influenced by the player's favorite numbers and other less technical reasons. As well as using surrogates for a number that is already in use. Okay. Numbers 1 to 11 are often still worn by players of the previously associated position. So, for example, a number 10 or something. Okay. Guess I learned something today. Well, not really. I knew about that, but seems to be important to some players, so I guess that's fine. These are the supposed top goal scorers, alright? Sure. You guys realize that there's somebody missing here? No offers for Hermavan. He doesn't want to join them. And Julianto's loan bid has been rejected again. You know what? Fuck that. I'll try. Well, he has no interest in a permanent transfer. So forget about that. If he would be willing to come over on a permanent transfer, I would probably offer money for him right now. But, well, we do have the money for him, right? We could pay that. That said, he's not interested in a permanent transfer. And we can also spend the money on a training center or a youth network or something. So let's do that instead. Let's amass $1 million. Or maybe 2. And Hayden, to answer your question, I think he stated previously that he plays on the PS5. So maybe that helps you. If you can hear me, that is. Alright. We might need to include an additional friendly somewhere around here. I'm not sure. That or... Well, it seems like the under 20 and under 18 are in a league at this point. So seen from that perspective, there's 9 players capable of playing there. Probably not Arianto. But sure, this is all. We'll make him all available, right? We'll make him available for the next match for 20 minutes only. He just returned from injury. And all of these guys, Iskander, Solistio, Hidayatullah, Fawzi, Karev, Yusuf, and Anshari, this is all youngster material. Perfect. So they can play for 45 minutes. Games for you, I don't think it's not that how do I put this? The results of the training and all that stuff, that's a long-term thing. So it's very likely that your interpretation of what's going on right now is noise. So just figure it out piece by piece. And if you suck at the MLS, for example, what exactly is sucking at the MLS? The results don't go your way? Like, how many? If you made it through 5 matches well, within the time frame of 3 hours, you're probably doing it way too fast. So try to figure out what's going on with each opposition. How are they doing? What kind of playing style? How do you counter specific players? You know, that stuff. Yeah, well, but that happens. That's just randomness. Like, there. I think it's a book, Fooled by Randomness. I really should read it at some point. But as humans, we tend to interpret a lot of stuff with patterns. Well, we tend to notice patterns where they aren't any. And in this case, I would argue it has nothing to do with what you did with the responsibilities. You can go back to these 2 matches, try to figure out how you conceded. You can try to come up with a solution for that, but maybe it's just random freak accidents. And also look at the other side. Why did you not score? It's just like, I don't know. If you figure out, for example, you did do a lot of crossing and, well, there's no target forward or anything, and you don't have anyone capable of that, that might be worthwhile. Or you might just figure out, okay, it's a random freak accident. I don't know. A player scored a long shot. That has 2 points in long shots. So it's highly unlikely to happen in the future. You lost the game due to that, but, well, shit happens. That can happen. Speaking of can happen, Eco. Nope. Not interested. He's been placed on the loan list. Still not interested. He was on loan with us. He's susceptible to injury. Don't want to have him. 24-year-old Brazilian midfielder. That's all great and so on and so forth, but we cannot afford another foreign player. We can pay it, but not much else. Chris Karras' training has been horrible. What are you doing, man? Oh, his determination went up, though. So apparently there's some effect on his personality at this point. What the hell, Arianto? Why? This is what set pieces training does to our players, it seems. Morgan Moody, though. As always. It's kind of funny. Now they play in the league. That's good. So there should be some development in the under 20 and under 18 league. And then we'll do the friendly. Yeah, given these, not sure if we will need another friendly. Probably. In that case, I will include it maybe here or there. Also, there's 2 under 21s players that need to be loaned out again. Forgot about them. See? That's what happens. Okay. All of this is fine. Recruitment meeting for deadline day. There's contracts expiring this season, I realize. And these players are wanted on loan. I don't care. We will not loan them out. I think we've been here. Yeah, that's all good and all, but Too expensive. Apparently this is to be considered cheap, but no. He's considered to be cheap with this money. I don't think I agree with this. He's fairly pro though. That's good. No. We have another player there. Doesn't matter. Don't want to spend the money. This is... What is this? He's out on loan anyway. Go away. Risky Kuzni. I think we talked about him, didn't we? No, we did not. This is interesting. Well, not really. We could try... I really don't want to do. I was thinking we could try to bring him in and loan out the 16-year-old, but I don't think I will. 2 players in your matches, okay. He is considered a decent goalkeeper? Yeah, he's decent. It's not that bad. I agree with that. And well, I remember him and, you know, probably not interested in signing for us. 9 in progress, whatever, doesn't matter. There's no other recommended players. Great, thank you very much for that useless meeting. Alright. I still forgot about the under 21 players. Yes, we will have the goalkeeping coach. Thank you very much. Great. Where are the other 2? This one. Abdullah Junaidi. Let's offer him 2 clubs for loan. And we still want 1k for him. They probably are not interested in the financial circumstances of this, but whatever. Muhammad Kurnyavan. Seems like somebody's interested in him. On transfer though. Where's he bought? How about you take him in on loan instead? For a small fee of 1.5k a month. Okay, that should be it. Well, I guess this could process a bit faster. There it is. So, Barry is now a goalkeeping coach. That's way better than what we had previously, so that's good. Sucks to have it like this, but we'll try to get him into 1.5 star territory throughout time. Oh, there's also transfer offers. Okay. Let's do that coaching first. And in the under 18s too. Thank you very much for helping out. I guess we can also go like this, alright? So that the other coach learns all the categories. That's fine. Training, coaches. So the workload for goalkeeping coaching is probably never a problem. Yeah, it does seem to be a problem over here though. Could do with an additional coach, wouldn't we? That's very good. So, they are in League 3, but they are unwilling to offer a decent amount of money, so they can fuck off. The rest of them, this seems fine. I'll go with both of these offers. 12k coming in, that's good money for him. See, there's clubs here that have so much money, they are willing to offer it for a player that is utterly useless. So we'll take those 16k too. Oh. Yes, I want to. Thank you very much. They can have they can pay the additional 10%, and if they won't, well, then they won't. Doesn't matter much to me where he goes. So we will take the 100 euros a month instead. Alright. So he had a horrible appearance, it seems. Didik Iskander stood out. Did he? Let's see this. Under 21s match. Yeah, well, they played Ramadan as a ball winning midfielder. That's not a good idea. I want to see this. Oh, so Iskander made a breakthrough. Yep, okay. I guess that's a good one. Nailed it into the corner. Now we need to come up with a performance in this friendly against PSS Sleman. Wherever that is. PSS Sleman. Let's have a look. Well, obviously it's in Indonesia. That means Sleman Football Union, apparently. Known as PSS. Has a nickname. Translated to English, it roughly says Super Java Eagles. So this is on Java alongside us. I paid like, it feels like 15 million hours of Hearts of Iron 3, so I should know geography. That said, I just realized which of the Indonesian islands is Java. So now I know. It's more or less the southernmost. It really isn't. There's the Lesser Sunda Islands that are a bit more to the south. But Java is, well, the middle one to the south. Okay. They have withdrawn, that's fine. This is interesting, at least to me. So, we're starting to get into the territory where some players have long-term contracts that shouldn't have, and some players might need a long-term contract. And it says for a lot of these players that they are not good enough. So either I'm making mistakes here, alright. Ari is considered to be an important player and I do not agree. I think I will set him for release at some point. I like his oh, fuck that. Now he develops or what? Great. Sure. Let's give him another 20 years. Infantry will leave. He's just too expensive. Zico, I have a hard time determining what to do with him. I think he's okay. So he might get another deal for another year. For the Yancia, we paid for him, and well, that's a sunk cost at this point. So don't want to fall into some sort of fallacy here, but I still think he's fine. I'll play it again and again. I do not think we will get much better for this amount of money. So, from my perspective, he can stay. And he does develop a little bit. His personality is okay. I do not necessarily like to play with a winger, but as long as it works, and as long as there's a target forward up front, and there will be most likely a target forward up front all the time, I think we can agree to keep him. Also, his contract will extend itself. So, fuck negotiations, we don't need that. Morgan Moody is a very different beast, though. Yeah, he's in his last year, for good. Yeah, and I'm actually willing to keep him. But just for the personality, so he needs a reduction in wage, preferably. Setyavan just came in for cheap. No use talking to him. Unshuri, I'm not aware of the circumstances of the contract. Okay. The money's fine for him. He does have a bad personality though. That said, overall I think he can play here as a ball-winning midfielder. And he is part of a mentoring group, isn't he? Unshuri is in a fairly pro no trades group. So hopefully he loses the lack of ambition, becomes a fairly professional player, and then he's totally fine. At least that's the way I see it. I would want to extend his contract if not for the bad personality. Arianto is considered not to be good enough. I do not agree. I mean, he's not great, but he's more or less fine, at least for me. Sure, we could do with a player that's a little bit better, but as a backup, he's okay. So, no complaints there. Putra has a clause. He's not good enough. Did we loan him? We loaned him to them, so he's not with us right now anyway, right? Yeah, he's not with us. Then there's all this is material that might have some potential or not at all. Like him. Well, Putra's probably the worst case. Anga Gunavan. I do not recall you. Okay, let's go. I would like to offer higher bonus. They are unavailable due to transfer budget restrictions. So let's resolve these. Where's the wage budget? Yeah, I'm okay. Like, this is totally fine. So let's put the wage budget to maybe 15k. What? The board will not deal with any budget related. Fuck off. Okay, so I guess we'll need to deal with the bonuses first. I wanted to have bigger bonuses, but in that case, I don't care anymore. Friendly coming up. Let's do this. There's also the damn cup competition here. I guess we can scout that. Okay, so this is more or less the first team. That's fine. We'll bring along other players like Celestio, Simaniun Turk. Not Ramadan, probably. Hermavan is okay. Now he's in the first team for some reason. Yeah, and let's also include Zika. Some of these are a bit tired, like Iskandar. We could bring along Arianto instead. I don't think we need Iskandar in this match. And we could still play Setyavan. On the other hand, it's more likely that Zico or Moody will play. Really depends, doesn't it? In the next match, though, we probably need a winger. So, seen from that perspective, let him play. And the other ones will need to come from the bench. Opposition instructions. Alright, let's do this. This guy's a perfectionist. I love him already. He argues with officials though, and he's really bad at dribbling. Yeah, hit him. Like, look at this. Sure, he's fast and all, but we should probably close him down and tackle him hard. I would like to go towards tight marking though. But even though his off-the-ball movement isn't that great, he is somewhat fast, so I'd rather not. In his case, he has a weak left foot. Otherwise, he's good. For a 17-year-old, this is great. Doesn't fit our play style, but for them, it's a poacher more or less though, so we'll close him down and that's about it. Yeah. So we gotta shut down supply here, for him at least. Asmi. Dribbling is really damn low. Off the ball movement's not great, bravery is low, strength is not great. This is a case of a hard tackle, I think. Susceptible to injury too. So, that's great. It's only a friendly though, so whatever. Passing and vision are decent, so I'd rather mark him tightly too. He is a decent jumper and, well, his strength is not that bad, so might not be great. He's jovial. Dribbling, bravery are low, strength is somewhat okay. Passing is decent. Vision is bad, no composure whatsoever. I guess this is the guy we trigger the press on and try to force him into making mistakes. This is a case of showing him to the inside, I think. And also closing him down. Like, wingbacks need to be closed down. Same with him, I think. Yeah. In his case, though, well, we can also show him to the inside, you know? Just for good measure. And this is the defensive midfielder. Passing is okay, vision isn't that great. I don't think we need to press him all the time. On the other hand, he's got bad composure and dribbling, so I guess we go with the press. No hard tackling though. And I will ignore the central defenders. He has really good jumping. Yeah, I won't do much to them. Alright, let's get through this friendly. And afterwards I will probably go and see if I can find some food. Nobody cares, they all think they will play. Alright, so let's increase the pressure a little bit, I think. Nobody cares. We need it. Should have played the others, maybe. But they need to be sharp enough to play for the first match of the season. And that's the first long ball. And Harianto missed his first header already. Nice ball control by Mbiri. For the Ansia, who overlaps and doesn't put it into the middle. Well, he puts it into the middle. 30 seconds into the match and Horror Cesar is off to his first goal. I guess that's the way we want to play, yes. Thank you very much. That's not bad. And here you can clearly see why I think Ferdiancia is still a good addition to the squad. Who was that, by the way? Gunnavan. Gunnavan has 6 points of jumping. Well, slight mismatch. Now, if only we can keep that up for the remainder of the season, then I'll be okay. Well, first for the remainder of the match, then for the remainder of the season. But I think this is decent. And these seem to be the central defenders. Well, it's a... how is it called? White central defender? Something like this. So, there's a lot of space in the middle of the pitch. Ferdiancia takes the corner. That's for Halim with a free header. Straight into the hands of the goalkeeper, sadly. Halim, Tabouni. Nice ball by Tabouni. Jorge Cesar, Imbiri. What a penetrating pass by Imbiri. Ferdiancia. 4 minutes, 2 goals. This is the first league team, by the way. So, if we continue to play like this, I think we'll be fine within the league. Maybe this tactic is new to them or something. It seems like they are in all sorts of problems within defense, though. That's a great run by Ferdiancia, by the way. And also a decent finish. So I guess we started praising. Gunnavan is the middle one of the central defenders, so given that he has 6 points of jumping reach, that's not good for him. Yet another long ball, intercepted by Haryanto. Tabouni finds Setyavan out on the right wing. Can you copy Ferdiancia, maybe? Apparently you can. Jorge Cesar. Yes! Good! This is what I expected. I'm fine with this. Do they play down the wings? They don't. I don't think we need to focus on that right now. It's all good. Ferdiancia with a free kick. Not bad. Halim with another header. And that's a corner. Let's see if we can score after a set piece. They try to train for it after all. Ferdiancia taking the corner. In swinging, Halim, that's over the goal. Overall though, decent performance. The opponent didn't stand a chance yet. Yet another one by Ferdiancia. I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully not a counter-attacking situation. Oh, Setyavan's injured. Fuck. Oh, what's going on with him? Tight hamstring. Alright. Should be able to play through it. Let's give him a few more minutes. No, that's not bad. Imbiri. Cuts back. Setyavan with a shot. Without a tight hamstring, he would have scored, obviously. I'm quite sure about it. He's a winger. He's not a natural goal scorer. So that probably won't happen. These distributions could be dangerous if they were of a better quality. Oh, Imbiri with a long shot. Okay. Should have taken the pass probably in this situation. But like, the amount of chances we create is just outstanding right now. So I'm very happy with this overall. And yeah, I agree. We should probably replace him with Ari. That's dangerous and it's not an offside position. Haryanto's there to save the day though. So we'll bring on Ari. The other guy had 20 minutes on the match, on the pitch. Yeah, no, sure. Why not get Ari into shape? Take fewer risks, shoot less often, cross towards target forward. Yeah, that's all true. Also, I would probably tell him to cross less often, but, you know, with 2 points of crossing and so on. It doesn't look like we play a first league team right now. Saputro, well, that's bad. Mika's long ball. Saputro wins the header. Hurry! Fresh on the pitch. Tabuni, that's not good. Nugra, that should be intercepted. Danke, sure. You're on the pitch too. 6.9 rating so far. Saputra's on a 6.7. Well, he's new. That's probably offside, sadly. Yes. Gunavan with a long ball. Halim intercepts. And that's also decent passing. I like that. Steinke drifts forward. Tabuni. There's the nice killer ball for Jorge Cesar, who wins the run. And that's the second goal of the match for Jorge Cesar. Not bad. And also an assist by Tabuni, by the way. Which is a rare occasion, sadly. But he's got the skill set for it. So, coming up with these is good. Hopefully that can translate to performances in the league now. Saputra's complacent already. We'll try to praise, and then we will rotate heavily in the second half, I think. Nugra shown to the inside, which is fine. Steinke loses the header. Arianto for Ferdiancia there. Ferdiancia, come on, go down the left. Just a regular way. Doesn't matter much. That's good. Look at what it got us. 3 goals, expected goals 1.2. Steinke for Ferdiancia, Steinke, Tabuni. Arianto lob from way behind. Gunavan with a long ball again. Halim intercepts, well done. That's a long ball by Saputro. Jorge Cesar didn't get there. Umar. Well done. Sakipto. Probably hurt Tabuni. Not Tabuni. Bad pass by Sakipto. Endra, and that's a good counter-attack. Owen's there to claim the ball though. We got lucky. And it doesn't even count as a chance, because there was no shot. Wow, nice ball by Tabuni. That was really great technique. Nari seems to have problems with the pace of the match, for whatever reason. Ferdiancia. That's not bad. Jorge Cesar didn't jump though. Ferdiancia again. It's offside. Sadly. They are looking for overlaps. Okay, let them have that. We don't. We just go straight through the middle. Well, actually we don't. We go down the wings. But that might be offside. It is. But the approach is clearly visible. It works just fine. Ferdiancia. Is this a penalty? It is. Jorge Cesar will get a penalty to complete his hat-trick. He does. Perfect. That will probably put him to a 10.0 rating on it. So we gotta look at sharpness now, and the result doesn't matter anymore. The result is fine. They will not claw back from this. Usually. .6 rating it says right now. Is Vayudi's long ball. Alright. Well, there's not much happening here. Other than us devastating a local rival. Well, it's not a rival, but I guess they want to be rivals after this match. Also, this will probably go down well with the supporters in the board. Come to think of it. It just doesn't matter much, the result, sadly. Okay, that was the first chance of the game for them. After 40 minutes. For the Ansia with another free kick. That's not bad. Orianto doesn't win the header. Imbiri. That's decent, but not good enough. That's a problem that I recognize from time to time. Sloppy passing. Savarno, Gunavan. Should be easy to defend. And it is. Tabuni, find for the Ansia? No, he doesn't. Oh, Jorge Cesar wins the header. Okay. That's me. Nice long ball. Gotta give him that. That's wasteful. Was a good chance. Jorge Cesar, that's not bad for Imbiri. Molana. Ari's complacent. Orianto, Jorge Cesar. Tabuni. The perfect long ball for Imbiri. Well, it's not perfect. Away from goal. For the Ansia's cross doesn't go into the penalty area. Tabuni again. Steinke. Will there be a cross from deep? There will be. Ari with the header. Not bad. And there will be an additional scene here for Putro, for the Ansia. There's a cross. That's Imbiri. Hits the crossbar. Wow. It's not over yet, is it? Halim. It's over now. Well, he could have passed the ball towards Tabuni, but apparently he didn't recognize him. Okay. So I'm happy with this. Let's put him back onto the pitch for an additional few minutes. And then we'll rotate. Molana was replaced by Mandrika. Well, we certainly want to have a look at that, right? Friendly or no friendly? Mahadrika. Bad dribbler. This is where? This is central defense. Yeah. No changes needed, I think. We didn't specifically look into these. This is really bad, though. Halim. Zaputro. With a ball for Jorge Cesar, and nothing happened, it seems. Ari. He tried to be something of a winger. Halim for Tabuni. Tabuni with a long ball. Jorge Cesar's faster. Fifth goal of the friendly. The fourth goal by Jorge Cesar. I think he wants to make a statement that Vajan Ishan needs to be on the bench. Looking at this. Probably, yes. Probably. But he's on a 10.0 rating now, so we will sub him off. Nimbiri. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, so where was I? Vajanisha needs to make an appearance. He needs to get into shape. So we'll sub off Jorge Cesar, who did absolutely great. Come on, Nisha. Score another. They brought along some subs too, so let's wait until the end of this scene. That's well intercepted by Isha. Ari for Azmi. And a wasteful long shot. Great, let's have a look at the opposition. So they basically subbed half of their squad. This central defender we know about, we won't do much. He's not a good jumper. This is a defensive midfielder though. Dribbling's really bad. So first touch is really bad. Closing him down is probably a good idea. He might misplace the odd pass. Otherwise, I think this is okay. We'll still close him down. Gunavan. Well, he is a good crosser. He knocks the ball past the opponent though. So closing him down and showing him to the weaker foot probably will help. At least that's the hope. So he will be forced to play on his left foot, given that he's playing on the right wingback position. That will show him to the inside. So most likely passing. He could do with some crossing towards the forwards, but it's unlikely. Santoso. His passing and vision are more or less bad. He does like to try killer balls. He has flair, I'll give him that. So, off the ball movement is not that great though, and his physicals are really bad. So I think we'll mark him tightly. Even though I think he might misplace the odd pass. But just try to mark him out of the game. He's still better than the central defenders, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're more or less on the same level, but we want to restrict his space. And then there's Bruno Gabriel here. A 21-year-old Brazilian striker with good finishing and... well, I think this is just a case of closing him down. Again. Playing him as some sort of, what is this, deep line forward? Yeah, playing him as a deep line forward is weird. Let's put it that way. And we can probably rotate a little bit at this point. We're 60 minutes into the game. So, given that this is a friendly, let's try to give those players some time on the pitch that absolutely need it. So, everybody's uninterested. So I guess we bring on everybody that is uninterested. In particular though, those that have a problem with their sharpness. So that would be, for example, Hermavan, who will play out here as a winger on attack, I think. Yeah. And, well, what's there left to do with him? Taking fewer risks. Guess that makes sense due to the situation. But, yeah, that makes sense. He's not a great passer, so I can live with that. What else? Siman okay, for Saputra. That's all fine. I think he is a more defensive-minded player anyway. Who else? Fawzi. Fawzi for Steinke, really? But I guess I'll do that. 16-year-old comes onto the pitch. Haryanto is a bit tired. So Listio is available. So we'll play him. Sukipto in defensive midfield. Unsure he can make an appearance, sure. Nugro for Tabuni, why not? And that leaves us with attacking midfield. So it is Hidayatullah or Moody there. I guess Hidayatullah it is. Everybody see the result through. And we can maybe change the tactic too, a little bit. And try to be a bit more patient, waste some time. You know, as you do. I'm not sure if I want to do dribble less. I guess I could do dribble less in this situation. Like, I don't want them to give away possession that much. So, everybody would have preferred to stay on the bench. Given the result, I will try to praise them. That will not... I'm not sure if it works. Nugro. Not a bad one. Isha's delighted with the feedback though. The rest, they don't care much. They would have preferred to stay on the bench and that's it. Simon Yuntag will take that corner from the right side with a right foot. Isha over the goal. Let's have a look at the others. What did they do? Okay. So there's a new striker on the pitch, Mr. Alfrianto Nico. Good dribbler, really bad finisher. Guess we close him down and that's it. Yeah, that's it. Jens Saputra. Attacking midfielder on the right. Sure. Let's close him down, show him to the inside as always. Tight marking probably not a good idea. I mean, I guess it's tolerable, but doesn't matter much. Anyone else? Well, the goalkeeper. Is there anything about him? Don't know. Doesn't matter. We'll lead by 5 goals. I think we'll be fine. Just don't want to concede. Which, by the way... Okay, let's have a look at this first. Irmavan. That's a bad cross. That should be easy to intercept. Infantry, Nugro. Nugro's long ball towards Isha, who doesn't win the header. And that's another corner. I wanted to have a look at this though. The tempo is what's mostly weird to them. That's much better. Triggering the press seems fine. Mentality is still fluid. I want to try something. If we go very defensive, it's still accomplished. So let's keep it like this. They don't care much about dribbling less, do they? There's some instructions here that are fine with them. Being more disciplined, that restricts the creative freedom. Dribbling less. They don't care. Not much anyway. So we can do this. There comes the corner. Infantry is not one for these. Hermavan with a free kick. Okay. That's not good. Ari's available though. Ari's available and he takes a shot on his weaker left foot. And it certainly showed. Everybody's still annoyed. That's not good. I would have wanted a clean sheet. Malik with a long ball. Infantry lost the header. And this is why I do not want infantry in central defense or anywhere. Me and Gunnarvan. That looked like it was okay for a second, like we recovered the ball, and then gave it back to them. So they had more chances than they deserve within this match. I do not like it. Santoso. Goalkeepers seem to be out of position. Gunnarvan. I'll try to fire them up. Might not work. Nobody cares. Now they are overwhelmed by the feedback. Oh man. What do you do if the players would have preferred to stay on the bench? This Nico guy is really damn fast. We'll switch these two. Celestio has a hard time with him. Maybe Celestio can win the headers instead. Interesting decision. To go for that short pass towards Infantry, who is a bad passer to begin with. Infantry wins this header though. Nugro... well... good luck with that one. A decent pass, goalkeeper doesn't come out. Bahab saves though. Celestio, long ball, and Isha is just not available up front. Oh no, could have gone for that one. Maybe complete forward is a bit much for him. Celestio doesn't win that header either. Nico, Asmi, and another shot. So the first half we were well in control of this. We've given away way too many chances now. Which I do not like. We'll get the result over the line though. He's complacent. Simonionta, Infantry isn't there. That's Santosa. I'll try to go with focus now. That's a decent counter-attacking situation for them. And that's a really bad pass. We got lucky. Vahab's long ball. Mahardika. That seems useless. Short simple pass is fine, that's fine too. Vahab's pass towards Fawzi is bad. Well, Fawzi is bad in this situation. Same as this pass though. Luckily, Saputra for Nico again. That should have been intercepted by whoever that is, Negro. Riyadi, that's it. Okay. So that match went well, and we deserved to win this match. This is not good. We've seen complacency here. It was a good performance, but it'll mean nothing if we don't hit those levels when the real fixtures start. I think I'll go with this. That seems to work for some of them. Imbiri is anxious. But if this is all there is to it, overall I think we can be okay with the performances. I don't want to go into individual talks just yet. And now we need to figure out, do we want to play an additional friendly between these, well, prior to the real season? It'll fall off the wagon for 3 days, that's not much of a problem. No recommended players here. Team cohesion is fine. I guess that works. Alright, I'll wrap up the stream here. This was fine. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all tomorrow evening at 6 PM German time, as always. Have a nice remainder of the Sunday, and well, you know, rest of the weekend, and so on and so forth. So, see you soon. Bye.